Goeiedag en baie welkom by die Droughtmaster Eastern Club veiling van 2024. Ek is Meerkat Bianca en langs my is Meerkat Marge en ons geniet vanoggend verskriklik baie hier tussen die Droughtmaster boere. Meerkat doen net gou 'n klanktoets en 'n videotoets om te kyk dat alles mooi loop voor die veiling begin. Ons wil graag hierdie veiling na jou voor jou voorstoel bring of waarop jy op die trekker sit of tussen jou beeste loop. Enigiets sal Meerkat vir julle doen. Daar is spreekbediening is oop, so julle kan julle botte gaan plaas. Daar's ook 'n oefenlot. Onthou asseblief om die oranje hamertjie van links na regs te swipe om 'n bot te plaas as jy die veiling op ons app dophou. Baie dankie dat julle ons vandag join hierso en ons is baie opgewonde vir die veiling. day and welcome to the Droughtmaster auction, the Eastern Club Droughtmaster auction of 2024. Thank you for everyone that's already joining us online, and thank you for all the support throughout the years that you've shown us. The auction will start very soon. We will let you know on our WhatsApp group when Lot 1 is on offer. Thank you and enjoy this day with us.
Dames en heren, ladies and gentlemen, ek gaan net gou vra vir Chippy om net vir ons te almal verwelkom. So hier's Chippy Watson, die voorsitter van die Eastern Droughtmaster Club.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Just like to welcome you all here today, and thank you for all making the effort to come and attend our auction today. And I'd just like Adrian Woodendaal to come up and open the sale of the prep. Thank you.
Goeiemôre aan almal, vir die wat ek nog nie gegroet het nie. So geleentheid besef jy mens maar net opnuut, dit is net genade uit God se hand uit dat ons almal vanoggend hier by mekaar kan wees. En dit is ook so dat die Here mense by mekaar bring met dieselfde belange. Ons is almal beesboere en lief vir die bedryf. En die Here seën ons daarmee en dit is lekker ook om met die beeste boer. En alle eer kom hom toe. Ons Hemelvader, ek sê vir U baie dankie Here vir 'n voorreg om vanoggend hier saam te kan wees met ons vriende hier. Here, baie dankie vir hierdie geleentheid wat U geskep is vir ons. Here, ons is afhanklik van U elke dag van ons lewe. En ons kan net sê dankie Jesus dat ons die voorreg het. Here, wil U dan ook hierdie verrigting seën vanoggend hier. Here, dat elke koper tevrede sal wees met dit wat hy gaan koop. En so ook die verkopers, Here. U is in beheer en ons glo dit en ons sê vir U net baie dankie daarvoor. Amen.
Thank you, Adrian. I'd just like to start off. One of our members, Chris Duplessis, unfortunately can't be here today. His wife, Marty Marie, is very, very sick in hospital. So our thoughts and prayers are with the Duplessis family, and we wish her a speedy recovery. So from our point of view, wishing the Duplessis all the best there. Can I ask everyone just to stand to give us a moment of silence in memory of Gerrie Odendaal, also one of our members that passed recently. He'll be sorely missed. If we could just give a moment of silence. Thank you. On to our sponsors, I would like to thank Dino from Esco Feeds and their generous sponsorship for the Eastern Club, and particularly this sale. They also sponsored us last year. I'd like to thank Esco Feeds and Dino, thank you very much for your sponsorship. Also to Meyer Mens and Case, you would have seen everyone today wearing the club members wearing their shirts, their club shirts and jackets. Thank you, Meyer. Thank you guys for your generous contribution. Thank you. To the OVK team, Johan Scholes, Henk, Suzanne, and the whole team. It's really been a privilege working with you guys. Your energy, your enthusiasm, your professionalism, you've really worked hard. Thank you very much. We appreciate it. To Carol Gould, quietly behind the scenes. Thank you, Carol. You're always a champion, just getting the job done. Thank you. Another one who's very unassuming and just gets the job done is Rikus Stander. Rikus, I don't know where Rikus is, but thank you for all your efforts here. He's always ahead of the game, Rikus. You phone, or he rather phones me, and everything is sorted. Thank you, Rikus. And then I'd just like to congratulate Marnie. He will be our chairman, Marnie Swartz, of the Eastern Club for the following year. Congrats, Marnie. As far as the cattle are concerned, thank you guys, all the vendors. I think the quality is very good. It's definitely an up from last year. I've got absolute faith in the sale. I think this is a beginning of great things to come. Watch us sell 3 to 5 years' time. I think this will be fireworks. We believe in our cattle. We stand by our cattle. These cattle are all bred in the eastern region of South Africa, in the Highveld and Southveld regions. So we have all faith that they will go on to adapt and perform and produce in whatever area or environment they go to in South Africa. Johan Pastorius and I have just come back from Australia. We spent 2 weeks in Australia recently. We attended Beef Week, and we traveled through Australia, and we saw thousands of heads of cattle, of Droughtmaster cattle, during our visit. And the one thing that really stood out to us in the cow lines, farm after farm, shot for shot, was the uniformity and the femininity of the cows there. It really is, the mothering traits of the Droughtmaster cow is unbelievable. They're functional cows, very good udders, very good teats, very good mothering. And I think that is one of the keys to the Droughtmaster breed, is their mothering ability and also their uniformity. And this comes through generations of breeding. At Beef Week, the main judge there was a guy called Andrew Raff. He was an Angus breeder. And he commented about the stability of the Droughtmaster genetics. And that comes through 100 years of breeding and selection. And those animals there and our animals are breeding true to type. The Afdwang is strong. The predictability, the prepotency is there. And I think those are two things that we've got to look at today, two of the big positives within the Droughtmaster breed that we need to consider. And then I think I'd just like to thank you all once again. Good luck, and I hope that you all secure the animals that you have marked on the auction today. and good luck with your purchases today. Thank you.
Right, dames en heren, ladies and gentlemen, weer eens baie groot verwelkoming aan elke een van julle hier vandag, dames en heren, ladies and gentlemen. Voordat ons begin met die veiling, net 'n paar afkondigings. Ek wil myself net voorstel. My naam is Gareth Hughes and actually afslaer wees vandag, dames en heren, ladies and gentlemen. Today I am acting on behalf of the Droughtmaster Eastern Club Sale, OVK and Meerkat today. We do sell strictly to the sales of condition, wat op elke dag se veiling gebruik word, en as julle mooi gekyk het na julle kopernommers wat julle vandag geteken het en waar jy geregistreer het, daar was 'n hele klomp veilingreëls op daai koperskaartjies van julle. Ek sal aanvaar dat julle almal daar deurgelees het. Betaling asseblief na die veiling, voordat julle laai, praat met Henk oor die betalings en met die kantoor, laat almal net weet van die reëlings en goeders, voordat julle die beeste laai. Right, dames en heren, ladies and gentlemen, ons spotters vandag op die veiling gaan André wees hier op my linkerkant, Jacobus in die middel, en dan het ons Yuri op my regterkant hier so, dames en heren, ladies and gentlemen. Today, as ek of een van die spotnemers 'n fout maak, ek is die afslaer die reg om my lot weer op te veil, en indien laat ons 'n bot toeslaan en dis 'n misverstand en daar's twee kopers wat al twee van hulle gedink het is in op die bil, ek is die afslaer die reg om my lot weer op te veil, maar net tussen daai twee kopers en net daai twee kopers. Right, ladies and gentlemen, saam met dit, ons online services vandag is Meerkat, baie groot verwelkoming aan al die kopers aanlyn. Met ons online stelsel vandag, dames en heren, ladies and gentlemen, we will be using input prices today on the bulls. Insetpryse, beginpryse, op die bulle vandag gaan die insetpryse wees 35.000, op die dragtige koeie en verse gaan ons 25.000 rand gaan ons op begin, en die koeie en kalle is 30.000. Die inkremente, hoe ons gaan hardloop met die veiling vandag, onthou net, die mense aanlyn is nie hier vandag nie, so alles is voor op die stelsel op so voorgelaai. Die inkremente gaan hardloop as volgs. Van 30.000 gaan ons op in 2 en 3.000 rand boddens. 35, 38, 40. 42, 45, 48, 50. Van 50,000 tot 90,000 will be going in 5,000 rand bids. 50,000, 55, 60, 65, 70, 75, 80, 85, 90. From 90,000 to 200,000 we'll be changing increments again to 10,000s. 90, 100, 110, 120, 130, 140, 150, 160, 170, 180, 190, 200. From 200 to 400,000s, we'll be taking 20 and 30,000 rand increments. 200 to 20, 250, 280, 300, 320, 350, 380, 400. From 400,000 to 900,000, if we do get there today, ladies and gentlemen, the bid increments will change to 50,000 rand increments. 450, 500, 550, 600, 650, 700, 750, 800, 850, 900. En as ons uitkom by 1 miljoen, dan sal ek afkondig voordat ek die bod vat, dames en heren, ladies and gentlemen. Dames en heren, ladies and gentlemen, daar gaan OVK agente wees wat gaan be vandag namens sekere kopers wat nie dit kon maak hier vandag, die dames en heren, ladies and gentlemen. Daar is versekering van OVK, Net is hier, sy sit daar agter langs die kantoor daarso. As julle diere wil verseker vandag vir transport en al die res van die goeders, dames en heren, ladies and gentlemen. Die vervoer, daar is 100 km radius wat die telers gaan betaal vir julle. Die eerste 100 km radius van die veilingskraal hier vandag, dames en heren. Asseblief praat met Jacobus en André wat hier voor my staan met julle laai, wat gaan die bidde laai, of waar jy moet verleen gaan. Al die goeders, asseblief praat met André en Jacobus. Dames en heren, ek voordat ons begin, kom ons gee julle lekker hande klap. Al die telers, OVK, baie betrokken, en al die kopers wat die eerste dag word. Baie dankie. Na die veiling, daar is 'n lekker middagete hierso, wat hier in die saal hier buite is. Vir almal, so asseblief na die veiling, bly saam met ons, kuier saam met ons, daar's lekker ete hier buite. Enige verder vrae, of is almal happy, soos wat die veiling gaan hardloop? Right, dan gaan ons begin met lot nommer 1. Right, ladies and gentlemen, on sale today, lot number 1 comes into the ring. Here he stands before you, side, going back to Zone 1101, dames and ladies and gentlemen. On the ram side, going back to 062, 222, dames and ladies and gentlemen. A carving ease value of 106 there, 109 maintenance value. En kyk daar, so 205 dae gewig, 264. He's going to breed you winners, ladies and gentlemen. He's thick, meaty, and masculine. You should have marked lot number 1, always the best buy of the day, said, ladies and gentlemen, kyk 'n bietjie mooi. And but even better 35,000 weer. At 35,000 and better 35 and better 38,000 weer. At 38,000 and better 38 and now 38,000 and better 40 hit up 40, better 2 and 42,000 weer. At 42 and better 42 and now 42,000 weer. Asking 45, sir. At 42,000 and better 42, Tienyo. And now 42,000 weer. At 42 gonna be hit up 42 better 42,000 at 42 gonna be hit up 42,000 bid. At 42,000 number 42 number 42,000 bid. Lot nummer 1 is altyd die beste koop op die veiling en oom weet dit ook self. Dis nie jou eerste veiling nie. At 42 gonna be hit up 42,000 bid. At 42,000 number asking 45,000 and 42 gonna be hit up 42,000 bid. At 42,000 number 42 and now 42,000 dit net toe mooi gaan sê kalers wees. At 42,000 bid. At 42,000 number 42 gonna be hit up 42,000 bid. At 45 and 45 and 48 at 48,000 number 48,000 bid. At 48 and 48,000 bid. At 48 and now 48, 50 and 5 and 55 I'm going to be 555 asking 60,000 and now 55 and 55,000 bid. At 55 and 55 asking 60 sir and now 55 and 55,000 bid. Yo boy and now 55 and 55,000 on hier op 55. Hy alleen self het 264 kilogram gespeen my maat. Hy gaan weer speen alles deel and now 55 and 55,000 bid. Yo boy and 55 I'm going to be 55 and 55,000 bid asking 60 and now 55 and 55 all out all done is over 55,000 vir die eerste tweede derde all out and all done. Sold vir 55,000 as ek mag, regs so, baie dankie, en hy kopernommer vandag is baie nummer 2. Kom ons gee lekker aan die klap vir die eerste lot vir die dag, dames, here, ladies and gentlemen, congratulations, well done, sir. Kopernommer 2. Right, lot number 2 comes into the ring, ladies and gentlemen, have a look here. Side going back to zone 1602, which goes back to C11157, dames and ladies and gentlemen. And the likes of 469 in the pedigree dance, or zone 0801 going back to Pioneer, and the likes on the dam side of 06222, dames and ladies and gentlemen. 0104 on the milk value, 106, 108 on the fertility value, and ACL ook op 205 dae, sy gewig was 262 kilogram. Winnable. Have a look here. Kyk na die breedte oor sy rug, dames en ladies and gentlemen. He's fancy. I like him. Hy draaf vlees, dames en he's on sale today with here and with 35. And now taking that number 38,000, my dear, 38 and now 38 and 40, 40 hit up 40, bit 2, 42, 5 and now 48 and 48 and 50, 50 hit up 50, 5 and 60 and now 65 and now 70 and now 70, 75 and 75 and 75,000 bid, 80,000 at top of this number 85 and now 85,000 bid and 80 hit up 85, I'm gonna get 85 and now 85,000 bid, asking 90 sir and now 85 and 5, 85,000 money hit up 85 and now 85 and 5, 90 and 90,000 bid and 90 hit up 90, better with 90 asking 100 sir and 90 hit up 90, better with 90,000 bid and 90 hit up 90, what do we do sir at 90,000, 100,000 asking sir and 90 jy weet hy is dit werd and 90 hier in better with 90 hit up 90, better with 90,000 bid and better with 90 hit up 90, all out all done, I'm gonna sell him for a 90,000 vir die eerste tweede derde all out all done vir 90,000. Kom ons gee lekker aan die klap, dames en ladies and gentlemen. Baie dankie, baie geluk meneer, my onderbeheer, baie dankie. Baie number 2. Right, lot 3 is on track, dames en ladies and gentlemen. Lot number 4 comes into the ring, ladies and gentlemen. Have a look here. Outstanding bull, ladies and gentlemen. Side going back to the Silver Bullet himself. 13,303 going back to Takar, dames en ladies and gentlemen. The likes of 0529, as jy weet wie is die pa van Takar, dames en ladies and gentlemen. An outstanding cow, Silver Bullet Samar 0701. 0529, lyn geteel 0529. Maar se kant, kyk mooi, daai pedigree, daar's net 'n typo daarso. Dis 'n considerate queue 08426, ladies and gentlemen. Going back to 0220 2013, dames and heren, ladies and gentlemen. And Capley Fancy Boy and Glenlynn's 1086. What a cow, what a bull, what a bull, what a bull. What a cow line. Cow value 110, ladies and gentlemen. 114 on a calving ease value, 122 on a growth value, 101 on a fertility value. Die eienaar on top, hou terug 'n semen aandeel in die bil, dames en here, ladies and gentlemen. Maak asseblief 'n noot in jou katalogus daarvan. Dit is 'n besonderse bil. This is a bull you should have marked. This is a bull you should buy. Online by Meerkat number 100,000 bid. At 100,000 I bid number 110. At 110 I bid about 110. I bid about 110,000 bid. 120. At 120. 130. At 130 I bid about 130. At 130,000 I bid about 130. At 130 I bid about 140. 140 be fluid. At 140 I bid about 140. At 140,000 I bid about 140 be fluid. At 140 I bid about 150. At 150 I bid about 150,000. At 150 I bid about 150. 150. At 150 I bid about 150. I bid about 150. EBS, what do we do? At 150 I bid about 150. At 150,000 I bid about 150. At 150 by Meerkat. At 150 asking 160. This is a herd sire. At 150 I bid about 150. At 150,000 bid. At 160 I bid about 170. 170 LP fluid. At 170 bid. At 170 I bid about 170,000. At 170 by Marius. At 170 I bid about 170. At 170,000 I bid about 170. I bid about 180. At 180,000 bid. At 190 is that about die? 190 thank you by Marius. At 190 I bid about 190. At 190,000 bid. Asking 200. At 190 I bid about 190 bid about 200. At 200,000 I bid about 200. At 200 I bid about 200. At 200,000 I bid about 220. At 220,000 a bid. At 220 out of 220 by Marius. At 220 I bid about 220,000 a bid. Ask 250. At 220 I bid about 220. At about 220,000 I bid about 220. At 220 I bid about 220. At 220 het jy die diepte gesien op hierdie bal. Het jy die breedte op hierdie bal gesien. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a bull. At 220 by Marius. At 220,000 a bid. Asking 250. At 220 I bid about 220,000 a bid. At 212,000 I bid about 220. At 220 I bid about 220. I bid about 220. Asking 250. At 220 I bid about 220. At 220 die man op Meerkat julle sê daar wat maak ek nou? At 220. At 220,000 a bid. At 212,000 I bid about 220. At 220. At 220 vir die eerste tweede daar all out all done. I don't believe it. At 220 I bid about 220. I bid about 220,000 once twice all out all done. I'm going to sell the bull for the 220,000. Kom ons gee 'n lekker ander klap. Sold for the 220,000. Baie geluk daar, so baie number 8. Baie geluk my maat, well done. Een boomboerdery, Franco Kongalipa daar van Moresburg af. Baie geluk my maat, outstanding bull. Congratulations. Right, dames en heren, ladies and gentlemen, the next bull comes in through an outstanding bull that just went out. Namens meneer Meyermens, dames en heren, Pathum Droughtmasters van Armo Lutherse wêreld af. Kijk een bietjie mooi. Lot number 5, Side CTM 1622, going back to Thunder. We all knew the bull, an outstanding bull, going back to 11227, dames en heren, ladies and gentlemen. On the dam side, going back to C13132, which goes back to 469, dames en heren, ladies and gentlemen. En ek wil net afkondig, PE 1703, hierdie bil se ma. In 2001 was sy oorlede. Dit is hoekom het wys dat sy 7 jaar oud is met een kalf. Hulle het vergeet om haar te kanselleer, maar daai koe was dood, oorlede in 2021, so asseblief, neem net kennis aan daai ouderdom van daai koe is verkeerd. Hulle het haar nooit gekanselleer, so asseblief, maak net 'n nota daar. Die koe was oorlede in 2021, ladies and gentlemen. An outstanding bull, she bred an outstanding bull wat voor julle staan. A cow value of 112, 108, 104 and 113 of fertility value. I like this bull. Kyk, look at the length, look at the masculinity. Kyk na die vleis wat hy dra. Dames en heren, ladies and gentlemen, you should have marked this one. En by die Marathon sel dry by die Marathon hier by die 35 pounds per year. 35,000 number 35, number 38,000 on here per year, number 40 here per 40, number 42, and now 42,000 on here per 42, here per 42, number 42, number 5, and now 48, and 48,000 per year, and now 48 garbage here per 48,000 on here per 48, and now 48,000 number 48,000 per year, 48 and 48 and 48,000 per year, and now 48,000 number 48. 48,000 weer, en dan 48 in Birbert, waar kry julle bille met sulke vleis, hier staan hy voor julle, en dan 48,000 aan hier per 40, Birbert 48,000 aan hier per 40, Gerbeet hier per 48,000 aan hier per 48,000 weer, en dan 48 Gerbeet hier per 48,000, all out, all danger is over 48,000 vir die eerste tweede daar, maar all out, all danger is selling for 48. Voor de 48,000 aan hier per 48, het julle die lengte gesien. En 48 en per 48,000 weer, kyk na die lang bout op die bil, die breedte op die bil, die vlees wat hy dra. En 48,000 once, twice, all out, all danger is over 48,000. Voor die 48,000, ek sal eers moet baie mooi hoor of ek dit mag doen. Is dit reg so? Baie dankie, baie number, jy is baie gelukkig daar so, well done meneer. En jy koopernummer vandag is? 15. Baie number 15, baie dankie meneer. Uni Team Investments, Alipad van Bethlehem's wêreld af, baie dankie meneer, well done sir. Right, lot number 6, also namens my remains Captain Droughtmasters, here is a winner bull boy. Look at the depth, look at the meat, ladies and gentlemen, outstanding. Side going back again, Thunder 2, also C11227, dames en heren, ladies and gentlemen. En as jy mooi gekyk in die pedigree, also C13512 and the likes of 222. And C1113, dames en heren, ladies and gentlemen. Outstanding, kyk die bietjie mooi, Calm value of 109, 110 on a carving ease value, en 101 op 'n kalfgroeiwaarde, 108 on a fertility value, he is fertile, and this is a bull. Hy dra ongelooflik goeie vleis eienskappe, dames en heren, ladies and gentlemen, and look at him, he's gonna breed you wiener calves. And by 35, and 35,000 a bit, and 35, and 30, and 40 here, and 40,000 a bit, and now 40 here, and 40, at 42, and 42 and 5, and now 45 and 45,000 on here, 48, at 50, and now 50, 50,000 a bit, and 50, at 55, and 55 and 5, 60, and now 60,000 a bit, and now 60, 60, 60, 60, and now 60,000 a bit, that's it, 60, 60,000 a bit, and now 60, what do we do, sir? And now 60, 60, dames here, ladies and gentlemen, I thought we were in the beef industry. Where does your paycheck? 65. Speenkaller steel. Die bil sal die job vir jou doen. 70,000. And 70,000 here, in 70,000 there. And now 70,000 here, in 70, asking 5. Peter, wat maak ons nou? And 75, and 75, and 75. And now 75, and 75. Dis 'n dik vleiserige bil. And now 75, and 75,000 on here, 75,000 there. At 75, asking 80, sir. And now 75, and 75, and 75,000. All out, all done, is jy klaar te maak vir die 75,000 vir die eerste tweede daarmee, all out and done. Sold for the 75,000 as ek mag, baie dankie, en hy koopernummer is, buy number 5. Can't escape. Meneer Chris Kutsie, ons waardeer, dankie Pieter, jy het namens hom gekoop, daar ons waardeer. Lot number 7 comes into ring, dames en heren, ladies and gentlemen. Namens meneer Mani Swarts, also we sell you a bull from Zon Droughtmasters. Right, dames en heren, ladies and gentlemen, lot number 7 comes into the ring, a Puna bull, dames en heren, ladies and gentlemen, hy het niks horings nie, side, zone 1705, going back to zone 1101, and the likes of lijngeteel 0801, zone, dames en heren, ladies and gentlemen, hy is lijngeteel pioneer, the likes of 0529, Gladaar, Puna bull, wat voor julle staan. 108, 110 on maintenance value, ladies and gentlemen. Have a look what stands before you, daar so daai so bietjie daar so vir die mense kan sien, ladies and gentlemen. A well-balanced bull, a bull you should have marked. And bit of 35 pounds a bit, if even that position, bit of 35, 35, and bit of 40, 40, hit about 40, bit of 2, and now 42 pounds a bit, and 42, bit of 2, bit of 5, bit of 48,000, and here about 48, and now 48,000, and here about 40, bit of 8, bit of 48,000 a bit, and now 48 and 50, 50, hit about 50, bit of 50, and 5, and 55, will be fluid, and now 55, and bit of 60, and now 60,000 a bit, that's it, operation number 60, and now 60,000 a bit, that's it, operation number 60, hit about 60, bit of 60,000 a bit, and now 60, hit about 60, bit of 60, and 60, and 60, asking 5, and now set operation number 60, hit about 60, bit of 60,000 a bit, and now set operation number 60, hit about 60, bit of 60,000 a bit, and now set operation wat maak ons nou, en 60,000 a bit, en 60,000 a bit, Tinus, daar lot 7 op meerkat, wat maak ek nou, teen jou 60,000 op die vloer, en nou 60, hit about 60, bit of 60,000 a bit, lyn geteel 0801 zon, dames en heren, ladies and gentlemen, wat bedoel hy, lyn geteel Pioneer, 'n poenebal met lekker glad haar op hom, en nou 60,000 a bit, en set operation number 60, hit about 60, bit of 60, hit about 60, 60, hit about 60, all out, all done, get yourself for 60,000 die eerste, tweede, derde maal, all out, all done. Sold for 60,000 by dankie meneer, ons varieer by number 2. Right, lot number 8 comes into the ring, ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, kyk 'n bietjie mooi. Side, Vivo 17, double 2, going back to Mahindra Dudley, ladies and gentlemen. On the damn side, as jy mooi gekyk het, kom hy die koei uit met 'n interkalf periode van 395, ladies and gentlemen. The likes of 0521, we all know the 0521 daughters, they are breeders, bull breeders, ladies and gentlemen. DO 02 2008 Dazo and C11157 469 genetica, dames en heren, ladies and gentlemen. 115 on a calf growth value, 107 on maintenance value, and 106 on a fertility value. You tell me this is a bull you should have marked. And 35,000 a bit, at 5 patient, and 35, and 38, and 38,000, I need about 38, but 38,000 a bit, and now 40, 40, hit about 40, but 42, and 42,005, and now 45, and 48, and now 48,000, and 50, and now 50, 50, hit about 50, but 55, and 55, and 55, and 60, 60,000 a bit, and now settle patient, and 60, hit about 60, but 60,000 a bit, and now settle patient, and asking 5, sir, and now 60, hit about 60, but 60, and 60, and 60, and 60, and 60,000 a bit, where we Marius, and now settle patient, and 60, hit about 60, but 60,000, heel onder, en nou settle patient, and 60, hit about 60, kyk na hierdie bil se toplyn, hoe reg uit is hy, dames en heren, ladies and gentlemen, breed van voor tot agter, and 60, hit about 60, but 60,000 a bit, hy's up doing a bull work, and where we 60, hit about 60, but 60, hit about 60, all out, all done, get yourself over 60,000, where we do, sir, at 60,000, all out, all done, get yourself over 60,000. Sold for 60,000, ek koop nommer vandag is by number 13, baie dankie meneer, baie geluk, well done. Campbell Farms, baie dankie uitpad van Scottsbury af, congratulations sir, well done meneer. Lot number 9 comes into the ring daar so. Namens meneer Adrian Oorendal daar so, Rocky Droughtmasters, ladies and gentlemen, lot number 9. Side AGO 18115, we all know him, going back to Q Sierra, Glenlands, ladies and gentlemen. The likes of C11500, lyn geteel, die bil is lyn geteel, 11500. On the ram side, an ICP coming out of a cow with an ICP of 360 days. This is fertility, ladies and gentlemen. Kyk mooi. Going back to 1528 dollars and 1314 lambs here, ladies and gentlemen. A cow value of 100 on the calf growth value, 103 on the maintenance value, and 103 on the fertility value. Pryse net the biggie dollars, all die mense kan mooi sien. A bull that carries lots of beef to him, ladies and gentlemen. He's thick and he'll do the job for you. Op 205 dae, his weight was 255. 255 kilogram. Het die bull self geweeg op 205 dae, dames en heren, ladies and gentlemen. He'll do the job for you. What do you say, Andre? And 35,000 a bit, and 35, and 38, and 38. And 38,000 a bit, and 38, and 38,000 a bit, and I'll get place number 38, and 38, and Austin 40, and 38, and 40, 40 hit about 40, but fear of nation, and now 40, 40, 40 hit about 40, but we flew, and 40,000 a bit, and fear of nation, and 42, and 42,000 a bit, and 20 fear of number 45, and 45,000 a bit, asking 48, and 45, 5 hit, in but 48,000 out, and 48, and asking 50, and now 48, and 48,000 a bit, and I'll compare of nation by Nerka, online, at 48, and 48,000, on here, 48, and 48, and 48, and 50, 50, 50, 50,000 a bit, and now 50,000 will be fluid. At 5,000, 50, 50, 50, but asking 5, at 5,000, 50, and 50, and 50, and 50,000 a bit, at 5,000, 50, 50, 50, 50,000 a bit, at 5,000, 50, 50, 50, 50,000 a bit, at 5,000, at 50,000, at 50,000, all done, get yourself for 50,000 vir die eerste, tweede, is jy seker meneer, vir 50,000 vir die eerste, tweede, daar maar, all done. Yes. 55. Now asking 60. 55. And 55, 5 here, in, but 55, and 55, asking 60, and now 55, ek hoop jy gaan self agter die koeie met loopie, and 55, 5 here, in, but 55,000 weer, and 55, and 55, en hierdie koue wind daar so vandag, dan gaan jy ook 'n koue kry, and 55, 5 here, in, but 55,000 weer, and 55, and 55, koop vir die bol, dan doen hy die job vir jou, and 55, 5 here, in, but 55,000, all out, all done, get over 55,000 once, twice, all out, all done. As ek mag. Baie dankie maar Adrian, die kopernommer is baie number 8 as ek reg is. 5, baie number 5. Baie dankie Pieter. Kate Escape, baie dankie. Right, lot number 10, ladies and gentlemen, kyk 'n bietjie mooi. Have a look at this thick set bull. I tell you what, he carries beef. Look at the back on this bull. Kyk na die breedte en sy sitbene en draaibene, dames en here, ladies and gentlemen. Weer in side 18115, Glenland's Q Sierra and Glenland's Element 2, dames en here, ladies and gentlemen. On the dam side, going back to 1528, Darso and C1314, and the likes of 0529. 111 on calf growth value, 108 on a fertility value, and hy self op 205 dae het gespeen 252, ladies and gentlemen. This is a bull you should have marked as well. Look at the beef he carries. Ibrahim, do you know you own his mother? What a cow. Do you see what she produced? Outstanding, my friend, I tell you what. And but he would have been 35,000 a bit. At 35,000, but 35, and 38, and 38,000 a bit. At 38, and 38,000, I need about 38. And all I can down on but 38,000 a bit. And I can down at 38, 40, 40 hit about 40, but 40,000. And now 40, 40 hit about 40 by net card, and 42, and 42,000 a bit. And now 42, going to be hit about 42, and but 42, but 5. And now 45 by net card, and 45, 5 here, in but 45,000 a bit. And 45, and 45, and but 8. And 48,000 a bit, and 48, and but 48. And now 48,000 on the hit of 40, but 48,000 a bit, 50, at 50,000 a bit, 50,000, but 50, 50, but 50,000 a bit, and now 50,000 what do we do, sir? And now 50, 50, but 50, but 50,000 a bit, at 50,000 by Mercard, at 50,000, asking 5, and now 50,000 a bit, and 50, 50, but 50, but 50, and now 50, 50, but 50, but 50,000 a bit, asking 5, and 55, and now 55 online, 55 online, and 55, and now 55 online, 55, and now 55, and 55,000 by Mercard, and 55, and 55, and 55,000 a bit, and now 55 online, 55, asking 60, what a bull, look at the width, look at the muscle, 60,000 a bit, at 65, and now 65 online, 65,000 a bit, and now 65 online, 65, but if one, at 65, 5, and but 65, and 70, 70 here, even but 70,000 a bit, 5, and now 75 online, 75, and now 75,000, and but 75 online, asking 80, sir, and now 75 online, 80, and about 80, but 80,000 online, by Mercard, and now 80, 80 here, even but 80,000 a bit, asking 5, and now 80 here, but 80, 80 here, about 80, but 80,000 a bit, 80,000 a bit by Mercard, asking 5, sir, what do we do? And now 80, 80 here, about 18, but 80, but 80,000 a bit, asking 5, and now 80,000 but 80 here, about 80, but 80,000 a bit, what do we do, sir? Ek hoop jy gaan self agter die kwee met gaan werk, and now 80 here, about 80, but 80,000 a bit, look at the muscle, look at the depth, look at the masculinity, cakes, look at that potency in the neck, and now 80,000 by Mercard, asking 5, and 80,000 now asking 5, and 80,000 all out, all done, get us over 80,000 vir die eerste, tweede, derde, maar all out, all done. Sold vir 80,000 by Mercard, Kalhain, Alipad daar so, Neskor, Alipad van Pieter Tief se wêreld af, baie geluk, well done, outstanding bull, so congratulations. Reg so Adrian, skus, ek wil nie seker maak. Baie dankie oom. Five, 2, 6 by Mercard. Right, lot number 11 comes into the ring, ladies and gentlemen. Side, Glenland's Tradition, namens Mr. Chippy Watson from Vivo Droughtmasters, ladies and gentlemen. On the dam side, going back to 08469 and 0529, and I bitter goeie quee, 469 Samar, 022064, ladies and gentlemen. What a bull, what a cow. Have a look at that pedigree. 105 on a milk value, 105 on a make test value, and 104 on a fertility value. Op 205 dae, his weight was 253 die bull self, dames en heren, ladies and gentlemen. Have a look here, you tell me. He carries beef. Hy's net 2 jaar en 9 maande oud. Nog nie 3 nie. Look at the muscle. Look at the beef. Look at the growth. And 35,500 in 35,000 a bit in 38,000 a bit. At 38 in 38,000 I need about 30. 38,000 baby cut. And now 38 in 38,000 a bit asking 40. And now 38 in 40 hit about 40. 40 up be fluid. And now 40 hit about 40. But get out by shot. And now 40 need a 40 going to be 40 hit about 40. But asking 2. And now 40 hit about 40. But get out by shot. And now 40 hit about 40 hit about 40,000 a bit. If you're out by shot be fluid asking 2. And now 40 hit about 40,000 2. And now 42 going to be about 42. Now 5 so let's go. And now 42 going to be about 42,000 a bit asking 45. And now 42 going to be about 42,000 a bit. At 42,000 a bit. At 45 what do we do sir? And now 42 is by Meerkat online. At 42 going to be about 42. And now 42,000 a bit. At 42 but 45. And 45 would be fluid. And now 45,000 I need about 45. I'm going to be about 45. And now 45,000 a bit asking 48. What do we do sir? Meerkat julle side. And now 40 hard number 45,000 a bit. At 45,000 number 48. And 48,000 a bit. Now 50. What do we do sir? And now 48 and number 48,000 a bit. 48. At 48. Die ander bul wat jy gekoop het. Korte maatjie. Hier staan hy voor jou. At 48 en 48,000 a bit. 48,000 a bit. Het jy geweet die bulle weer werk beter as hulle 2 is. At 48 and 48,000 a bit. At 48 and 48,000 a bit. Asking 50. And now 48 and 48,000 all out. All done. Get us off for 48,000 vir die eerste, tweede, derde, maar all out. All done. Ek sou met eers baie mooi moet vra. You are a very lucky man. Dis die tweede bil waar hulle gesê het is reg, waar hulle eintlik 'n bietjie meer wou gehad het. Baie dankie, kom ons gee 'n lekker hande klap vir jou help daarso. Dis aanlyn. Okay. Alright. In die begin van die veiling, daar is nou misverstand. Voor die uit was op lyn. En die bord was eintlik hier op die vloer. Moenie worry nie, ek gaan dit nou. O, jy het nie geweeg gedoen nie, hè? Is jy seker? Sorry, my verskoning. Dit was my fout. Ek vra verskoning. Tinus, by number 510. Thank you very much. I appreciate. Right, waar is ons nou? Lot number 19. Lot number 19, ek vra verskoning. Thank you very much. Tinus, 510 daarso. Thank you, Chippy. We do appreciate. Right, lot number 12 gaan in 19 se plek aankom. Lot number 19 comes in now, ladies and gentlemen. So asseblief bly net aan lot number 19 toe van Chippy Watson se bulle. Right, lot number 19 comes into the ring, ladies and gentlemen. Meerkat, jy saam met ons daar so 100% baie dankie julle, ons waardeer. Skus daaroor. Side, going back to 1722, dames en heren, ladies and gentlemen, Hendra Dudley. On the dam side, coming out of an outstanding cow, CSA 1422, dames en heren, going back to 11151, we all knew the bull very well. 08370 daar so, en die bitter goeie konservate quee daar so van 10267, and the likes of 07355. A calf growth value of 108, 102, 106 on a maintenance value and 106 on a fertility value. En kyk na sy eie gewig op 205 dae. Dames en heren, ladies and gentlemen, 270 kgs. This bull is going to breed you wieners. This is a bull you should have marked. Thick set, beefy. And 35 and 35,000 a bid, and 35 and 35 and 38,000 a bid, and now 38 and 38 and 40 and 40,000 a bid, at 40,000 and 40 and 42, and now 42,000 on here, 40, 42, 45,000 on here, 45, 8, and now 48,000 a bid, and now 48 and 48,000 a bid, and 48 and 48 and 48 and 50, and now 50, 55, and now 55, 60, and now 60 and 60. better 65, and 65, and better 65, and 65, and now 65, and 65, and 65, asking 70, at 70,000 online, and now 70, 70 here, in better 70,000 a bit, at 70,000, and better 70, 70 here, in better 70,000 a bit, 75, and now 70,000, and better 75, and 75,000 a bit, at 75, now 80, and 80,000 a bit, and 80, 80 here, in better 80,000 a bit, and now 80, 80 here, in better 80,000 a bit, 80,000 a bit by Lon Lane, at 80,000 a bit, asking 85, sir, you've come so far, look at the thick bull that stands before you, and now 80, 80 here, in better 80,000 a bit, at 80,000, and 80, and 80, and 80, and 80, and 85, hy's terug op die vloer, en 85, asking 90, jy's uitkal, en I'm better 85, and 85,000 a bit, at 58,000, I'm better 85, and 85,000, 90, 90, better 90, better 90,000 a bit, you know he's worth 100, and I'm better 90, 90 here, in better 90,000 a bit, at 90,000, once, twice, all out, all down, I'm gonna... Ek hoop jou koeie gaan ook so maak nie, as hulle bul soek nie, want dan het ons 'n probleem, my mater. 90,000 by Meerkat. He carries beef, don't make the mistake. Jy wil nog een gaan, ek kan het sien. And 90 here up 90, better 90,000 a bit, at 90, at 90, at 90, at 90,000, once, twice, all out, all done, I'm gonna sell it for 90,000. For 90,000 by Meerkat, as ek mag. Thank you very much, sir. We do appreciate. Call line on line 526, Alipad van Piet Retief se wêreldaf, Silver Springs, baie geluk. Les score. Kom ons gee lekker aan die klap. My onderbeheer, baie dankie vir jou help, ons waardeer dit, hoor. Right, lot number 20 comes into the... sorry, ons gaan terug na lot 13 toe, skies. As julle net sal terugblaai daar, as om na lot 13 toe. Right, lot number 13, ladies and gentlemen, have a look here. Lot 13 daar, so side, zone op 1101 en lane geteel 0801. Ander woorde, line geteel, pioneer, dames en heren, ladies and gentlemen. On the right-hand side, going back to 06222, namens meneer Gert maar, Droughtmasters, ladies and gentlemen, we sell you lot number 13. A carving value of 102 on the milk value, 110 on the maintenance value, and hy self op 205 dae, 232 kgs, ladies and gentlemen. He'll breed you winners as well. Kyk na sy rug. Look at the eye muscle, the jump muscle that stands on this bull, ladies and gentlemen. He's got width, he's got beef. Jo, kyk hy rug, ek wens julle was hierbo. En baby number 5 will build out, and baby number 5 hier, en baby number 5 will bring about 35,000 a bit, 5,000, and now 35,000, I need about 30, better down, better fine, better 35,000 a bit, at 5,000, and better 35,000, I need about 35, at 5,000, and better 35,000, asking 38, at 38 online, at 38,000 a bit, at 8,000, and better 38, and better 38,000 a bit, at 38, and better 38,000 by Meerkat, at 38 and 40, and 40, hit about 40, better 40,000 a bit, at 40,000, and better 40, hit about 40, better 40, asking 2, and now 40, hit about 40, better 40, pay floor, at 40,000, and better 2, and now 40, gonna be 2, about 40,000 a bit, at 20,000, better 45, and 45 will be fluid, and now 45,000, on hit about 45, and now 45,000 a bit, at 45, and 45, asking 48, and now 45,000, on hit about 45, I'm gonna be caught up about 45, and better 5,000, and now 45, 10's what marking no, 10 yo, and now 45,000, I need about 45, asking 48, and now 45,000 a bit. We are in the beef industry, we sell beef, this bull carries beef, and he's going to breed you winners. You should have marked this bull, and now I'm about 45,000 a bit, up fluid, and 45, and 45, 5 here, in about 45,000, all out, all done, going to sell for 45,000 once, twice, all out, and all done. For 45,000 as ek mag. Waar is my oom? Mag ek verkoop oom? 50. Absolute minimum is 50. As jy vir my kan help met 50, then we can do the business. Rikus, 50,000, you can take him, sir. Alright, ons gaan na die tyd praat. Gert, as ek hom verkoop vir 48, sal jy dit doen? Glad nie. Absoluut minimum is 50,000. Right, kom ons sê dit om net een kant van nou, not sold. Ons sal na die tyd paraat, Rikus, dan kom gesels jy met ons daar so. Baie dankie vir jou help daar so my onderbees. Baie dankie, ons waardeer. Right, lot number 14. Wow, this is a bull, ladies and gentlemen. Namens Patham Droughtmasters, I like this one. I like him a lot. I like him a lot. Thunder, side, going back to C11227, dames and ladies and gentlemen. On the Ram side, going back to C1313, the 469 line, dames and ladies and gentlemen, and the likes of 0529. A cow value of 109, 111 on calf easing value, dames and ladies and gentlemen, and 101 on a calf growth value, 105 on a fertility value. This is a hard set bull. Wide, van sy sitbene reg deur na sy skouers toe, dames and ladies and gentlemen. Kyk maar sy binnendye. Look at his peep opens in his neck, ladies and gentlemen. He's well balanced. I like him a lot. You should have marked him. And 35 here in better 35,000 a bit. 35 and 35 and better 35,000 on here about 35 and better 38,000 a bit. And 38 and better 38,000 on here about 30. Better 38,000 a bit. And now 40 here about 40. Better 40,000 a bit. And now 42 and 42,000 a bit. At 42 number of 42 going to be paid about 42,000. At 42 number of 42 going to be paid about 45 and 45,000 a bit. And 45 and 48 and 48,000 a bit. And now 48 and going to be 80 about 48,000 a bit. And 48 here in better 48 will be fluid. Daniel Bay Meerkat. And 48 in better 48,000 a bit. Asking 50. And now 48 in better 48,000 a bit. And asking 50. I don't believe it. Lyk vir my julle almal soek bulle sonder meer vleis en bespiering op hulle. Look at this bull's thickness. Look at the muscle on him. Kyk na die vleis wat hy dra. Kyk na die lengte van lyf, dames en ladies and gentlemen. What a bull that stands before you. At 48 here in better 48,000 a bit. At 48,000 and 48 and 50 and 50,000 a bit. At 50,000 and better 50 better 50 better 50,000 a bit. At 50,000 and better 50 better 50 better 50,000 a bit. At 50,000 and 50 and 50 and 50 and now 50 degree around better 50,000 a bit. At 50,000 and better 50 degree 50 and better 5 and 55 and 55 and 55 asking 60 and now 55 around 55 and now 55 around 55,000 a bit asking 60, sir. And now 55,000 number 55 around 55 in degree 5 55 around 55,000 a bit 60 ek loop hier gaan selfie job met Denny en now 55 around 55 hier in 55,000 a bit at 55,000 vir die eerste tweede daarom all out all done. Ek sal met eers mooi hoor. Ons is bietjie kort daar so. Absoluut minimum op die bal 70,000. Dan kan ons praat eers. 70,000, otherwise he goes home. Ek dink laat hy net uitgaan. Wil jy 70? He's a good bull, sir. Jou kopernommer daar, laat die laaste bord was net by jou, dan het jy eerste keer daar so 70,000 sal omvat. Ons kan hom nou sommer boek, dan is ons klaar gepraat. So he's outstanding, you know it too. Sodomie is een kant van nou, kopernommer is 40, wat jy nou aan geskryf, 15. Baie 15, jy het eerste keer op hom daar so. Baie dankie meneer, baie dankie my onderbeers. Right, lot number 15 comes into the ring. Kyk 'n bietjie mooi, ladies and gentlemen. Right, side, kyk mooi, namens Mani Swarts daar so. Going back to 1101 daar so. En as jy mooi gekyk in die pedigree, 4 keer lyn geteel 0801. Pioneer bred bull, ladies and gentlemen. Coming out of an outstanding dam, also 396 ICP, ladies and gentlemen. 100 on calving ease value, 118 on the milk value, 116 on maintenance value, and 104 on the fertility value, ladies and gentlemen. Kyk mooi. Puna bull. Met vlees. And we better 35,000 a bit. If I can dial these number 35 out of line 38 and better 38,000 a bit. And 38 and 40 and 42 and 42 and better 45,000 a bit. And now 48 about better 50 and now 50 better 50 better 55 and 55 out of line and better 60 better 60 better 60,000 a bit. That's it. These number 60 better 60 better 60,000 a bit. Asking 5 and now set these number 60 better 60 better 60,000 a bit. And 60 better 65 and 65 out of line and better 70 here in better 70,000 a bit. Against you, Charlie. at 75 and 80,000 at 80 hit about 80, but about 80,000 a bid at 80 hit about 80, asking 5, what do we do, Carol? And now 80 hit about 18, but about 80,000 a bid, and now 80 hit about 80, but about 80,000 a bid, and 80, asking 5, Charlie, what do we do? And 80,000 a bid, and 80 hit about 80, but about 85, and 85 and 90, and 90,000 a bid, and 90 here, but about 90 hit about 19, but about 90 hit about 19, but about 90 hit about 19, gotta be 90 hit about 90, all out, all done, get us over 90,000, for the eerste, tweede, derde maal, all out, all done. Sold for 90,000 as ek mag reg so, baie dankie, baie number 2, we do appreciate, congratulations, my onderbeheers, baie dankie. Right, lot number 16 comes in the ring, dames and ladies and gentlemen. Namens Rocky Droughtmaster, side going back to Glenland's Quartermaster. And Winfield Barney. On the damn side, going back to Swan Go Cat, also, ladies and gentlemen, have a look there, and the likes of 0521. 119 in carving ease value there, and 109 in maintenance value, and 104 in fertility value, ladies and gentlemen. Him himself up 205 daar, he was 237 dames here, ladies and gentlemen. A bull again once that will be you winners. Have a look there. And baby number 5 goodness, and baby number 35 pounds a bit, and now 35 pounds a bit, and now 35 and better than 38,000 a bit, and now 38 and better than 38,000 a bit, and better asking 40, and now 38 and better than 38,000 a bit, and baby and 38 and 38 and 38,000 a bit, and now 38 and going to be 80 about 38,000 a bit, and I'm better 38 and better 30,000 on 8 about 30, better 30,000 a bit, and now 38 and going to be 80 about 38,000 a bit, 38,000 a bit, 38,000 a bit, all out, all I'm going to sell for 38,000. I kan dit nie verstaan nie, dames en here, ladies and gentlemen. Hy is rooi, hy is mooi. Imelapo, Vale Sanko. He carries beef. He's red. Hy self at 237 kgs, also, dames en here, ladies and gentlemen. He's going to beat you in a cars that you cannot believe. Gladde haar van Bill, also, dames en here, ladies and gentlemen. Brad Glenland's Quartermaster, ladies and gentlemen. Winfield Barney, Swan Go Cat, and 0521. 38,000 by Meerkat, asking 40. And 38 here in better 38,000 a bit, and 38 and better 30,000 on either 30, better 38,000 a bit, and better 38 and 38 and 38,000 a bit, and better 38,000 on either 30, better 38,000 a bit, 38,000 a bit, and better 38, asking 40, and now 38 and better 38,000, all out, all I'm going to sell for 38,000, Axel better mooi met hoor, die boot is toe, die Meerkat, 38,000, is dit reg? Kon ons 40. Absoluut minimum op die bel is 40, maar as jy sal hoor daar so 40, anders dan gaan hy uit. Laat hy net uitgaan, sê vir ons net bel en net hoor daar asseblief, net vir ons laat weet, baie dankie. By 18, dames en here, ladies and gentlemen, have a look here. Daar is net 3 bulle oor. So as jy nog nie 'n bal gekoop het nie, dan gaan jy self die job moet gaan doen. Het 40. Ek het voor 40 aanlyn. Is dit reg, so kan ons verkoop. Baie dankie. Kom ons gee hulle 'n klein klap daar as ons die besigheid gedoen. Die koper was 510 teens. Baie dankie. Verkoop vir 40,000, lot nummer 16. All right, ladies and gentlemen, have a look here. Lot number 18, weer eens Rocky Droughtmasters. Glenland's Pedersen, skies. Side Glenland's Pedersen, dames en here, ladies and gentlemen. On the damn side, as jy mooi gekyk daar so lyn geteel 07335, ladies and gentlemen, kyk mooi. As he comes out of an outstanding 1623 daar so 'n donor cow, dames en here, ladies and gentlemen, van Adrian, wat bitter goed vir hom gedoen het daar so. Have a look daar so, winning car value daar so van 105, carving ease value van 105, 100 on milk value, 105 on maintenance value, and 101 on fertility value, ladies and gentlemen. He stands before you. Look at the nice beef that this bull carries on, ladies and gentlemen. Kyk maar, look at the pre-potency en hy oogbanke wat deurkom vir potensie en uitstek. Kyk mooi, what do we do here? En hy's een vir 'n tweeling. Okay, 100%. Alright, so hy was een van 'n tweeling, dames en here, ladies and gentlemen, hy was een van 'n tweeling. This means the fertility is outstanding. Sy ma, hy kom uit 'n superior cow, ladies and gentlemen, hy's een van 'n tweeling. Have a look at this, dames en here, ladies and gentlemen. Sy geboortemassa is 'n bietjie laer want dit was 2 kalvers. She raised 2 calves and look what she produced. Look how she raised the bull. Outstanding. Have a look here, ladies and gentlemen. Kyk mooi. And baby number 5 over this. And baby number 5 over number 38, number 38,000 weer. And 38 and 38,000 number 40, number 38 het ek eers by Meerkat. So it's got to be 40,000, thank you. And 40 here, but 40, but 40,000, and 42, and 42, and 42, more Jack, what do you learn? And 42, but 5, but 8, and 48,000 a bit. And now 48, but 8, but 48,000 a bit, asking 50. And now 48, but 8, but 48,000 a bit. And often 40,000, but 48, and 48, and 50, and 50 donkey, by Meerkat, and 50, but 50, but 5, and now 55, and 55, and now 55, and 55,000 a bit. And 5,000, but 55, and 55, asking 60,000. A bit, 65, and now 65, around 65, going to be 70, sir, and now 70,000 a bit, and see what they said, but 70 here, even better 70,000 a bit, let's see what they said, and now 70 here, even better 70 here, and asking 5, and now see what they said, but 70 here, even better 5 is the boat Peter, and now 75, let's see what they said is honored, and now 70,000 is at 5, so what do we do, and now see what they said, but 75, and 75, around 75, and better 75, and now 75, about 80, about 80, better 80,000 a bit, and now 80, 80, going to be 80, about 80, but 80, 85, and 85, and now 85, about 85,000 a bit, and now 85, about 85, and but 90, about 90, but 90,000 a bit, and now 90, going to be 90, about 90, but 90,000 a bit, asking 100, and now 100,000 a bit, and 100,000, I did about 100,000 a bit, but marking with card, and now 110, and 110,000, I bid about 110, and 110,000, I bid about 110, 110,000 a bit, asking 120, and 110, here, 110, asking 120, at 110, going to be 10, about 110,000, out of 110, is your club picked up on the mark, at 110, all out, all done, going to sell for 110,000, all out, all done, going to sell for 110,000, for years to tear it out about all out, all done. Sold for 110,000, as ek mag gewoon baie dankie, baie number 9, baie geluk, kom ons gee lekker aan die klub, well done sir. Koper nummer 9, meneer Gert, baie dankie oom. Right, ladies and gentlemen, lot number 12 comes into ring. As julle sal net daarso vir ons terugblaai daarso, sal ek waardeer. Lot number 12 comes into ring daarso, namens Mr. Chippy Watson. Have a look here, lot number 12. Side, going back to 18,239 also, which goes back to C09202 and the likes of 0622. On the dam side, coming out of a tradition cow lambs here, ladies and gentlemen, 105 at a calf growth value and 119 on fertility value, 124 kgs at 205 days, dames here, ladies and gentlemen. I like this little bull. He's fancy. He'll do the job for you. Look at the beef he carries. Coming out of string seer wereld, dames here, ladies and gentlemen, out of Underberg, ladies and gentlemen. These bulls will adapt anywhere you take them. And baby number 5 ook nie. Kyk na die binneduie, die buiteduie, baie mooi. At 38,000 online. At 38 and better 38,000 a bit. At 38,000 better 38,000 and better 40. Better 40 here, better 40. Better 40,000 a bit. And now 40 going to be 40 here, better 40 here, better 40. Better 40,000 a bit. At 40,000 by Meerkat. At 40,000 a bit. And now 40 need a 40 going to be 40 here, better 40 degree down, better 40,000 a bit. Asking 2. And now 40 OP fluid. At 40,000 a bit. Asking 2. And now 40 here, better 40. Better 40,000 a bit. 40,000 asking 2. And now 40 going to be 40 here, better 40 here, better 40. Better 40,000 asking 2. And now 40,000 better 40 here, better 40. Degree down, better 40,000 a bit. And now 40,000 better 40 here, better 40 all out, all done. Going to sell for 40,000 vir die eerste, tweede, derde maal, all out, all done. Ek sal eers mooi, baie mooi moet hoor. 40,000 is fine with you. Thank you, Chippy. We do appreciate. Sold. En die kopernommer vandag van 40,000 is by number. Marius, jou kopernommer daar? Jou kopernommer daar? 10. By number 10. Thank you, sir. Do appreciate. Number 20 there. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Dankie Marius. Thank you, Chippy. Namens Chippy Watson. Have a look here, ladies and gentlemen. Dames here, ladies and gentlemen, please have a look. The age of this bull, 2 years and 3 months. Coming out of heavy sour country, ladies and gentlemen, a bull, a potential stud sire that stands before you in the ring. Sire, going back to CSA 18199 and the likes of 16556, C11505. En as jy mooi julle pedigrees ken, C0701, Silver Bullet, Samar. On the Ram side, coming out of an outstanding cow of 1925. Chippy sê vir my, hy het oor die 50 colors al van die koei, dames en here, ladies and gentlemen. Exceptional fertility on that cow. She goes back to Glenlynn's tradition, and on the Ram side, C10267. We all know her. An outstanding donor cow. Going back to 07355. A cow value of 108, ladies and gentlemen, 103 in a calving ease value, 107 on a calf growth value, 105 on a maintenance value, 104 on a fertility value, ladies and gentlemen, 225 at a 205 day weight, ladies and gentlemen, outstanding. Chippy, if I'm correct, his full sister on your sale, full sister, sold for over 200 if I'm correct, 180, almost 200. Dames here, these are the genetics that work. If you are looking for a potential herd sire, he stands before you. Hy is net 2 jaar en 3 maande oud. Kyk na sy manlikheid en sy kop al klaar. Look at the potential of this bull. He's fancy. Kyk na die been. Die teeling praat vir homself, dames here, ladies and gentlemen. On Saturday, dames and gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, we're here and we're 35,000 a bit and 35 and 35,000 and 38,000 a bit and I'll come 30 and 40 hit up 40, 40,000 a bit and now 40 hit up 40, 2 and 42 and 42,000 a bit at 20 number 42 going to be up 42,000 and 42 going to be up 42,000 a bit 45 and 45 around 45,000 a bit and 45 and now 45 number 8 and 48,000 a bit and now 48 going to be up 48 and now 48,000 a bit 50,000 a bit, effect of bation, 50,000 a bit, and now 50 about 50, but 50,000 a bit, and now 50 about 5, and now 55 about 55,000 a bit, 55,000 a bit, 55, asking 60 about Markins no, and now 55, going to be 5 about 55,000 a bit, and now 55 about 55,000 on here about 50, but 55,000 on here about 55, and now 55 about baby, about 55,000 a bit, asking 60 Neil about Markins no, and now 55 about 55,000 on here about 50, but 50,000 on here about 55, 55, asking 60, and now 55 around 55, all out, all down, goes over 55, 55, and 55, going to be 55,000, all out, all down, goes over 55,000, man, ons is verkort, die so laat hy net uitgaan daar, so, we won't sell him there, not sold. Outstanding genetics there. He's going to go back home and do an outstanding job there for Chippy and sell him at a later stage. Right, dames and ladies and gentlemen, lot number 21 comes into the ring. Kyk 'n bietjie mooi. Side CSA 18199. Half boetie op die pa se kant vir lot 20, ladies and gentlemen. And VOV 1934, a full sister to lot 20's mother, dames here, ladies and gentlemen. The pedigree is outstanding again. Glenlynn's tradition, 07355, 0529, 11505, 1656. Outstanding. A cow value of 107, dames here, ladies and gentlemen. 100 on a calf easing value, and 108 on a calf growth value, 105 and 104 on a fertility value. 1934. Is by die hoetjies as julle dit almal weet. Hulle het daar gekoop. The pedigree speaks for himself, ladies and gentlemen. He carries meat, he carries beef. Nou moet julle net die regte besluit maak. And by die 35,000 weer, 35 by number 35,000 on hier by 35. Onthou net sy ouderdom, 2 jaar en 3 maande oud uit die sierwêreld uit. And we're going to 35,000 bid. 35,000 35, and now 35,000 35,000 bid. 35, at 35, I'm going to be part of 35,000 bid. At 35,000 35,000 bid. At 35 and 35, asking 38, and now 35, 5, 18, 35,000 on 8, 35, 35,000 bid. And now 35,000 35. Manne, lyk vir my julle gaan self die job doen. Die koeie gaan baie gelukkig wees. Want hulle gaan net weghol van julle af. En julle gaan baie maar word. Koop vir julle bil. Die laaste bil op die veiling. And 35, 35,000 bid. And 35, and 35, and 35, and 35,000 bid. And now 35,000 on 8, 35,000 bid. 35,000 bid. 35,000 all out. All done. Gonna sell for 35,000. Laat hy net uitgaan, dames en here, ladies and gentlemen. We'll sell him at a later stage. Sit hom net op die ys daar so. Right, lot number 22, dames en here, ladies and gentlemen. We're on to the females daar so. Ons is klaar met die bilde. The last female, the first female of the sale, dames en here, ladies and gentlemen. Ek dink daar is 2 of 3 bulle wat nie verkoop is nie. Asseblief kom praat met ons as jy belangstel en hulle kan met Jacobus of Andre kom praat. Right, was lot number 22 comes into the ring, dames en here, ladies and gentlemen. Side going back to 06 222, dames en here, ladies and gentlemen. En as julle mooi gekyk en julle ken julle pedigrees daar so, DO 02 2064 469 Samar. Ngala Inca. Dam side coming out of 0909, ladies and gentlemen. Millington's value of 109 and 105. Gister toe praat ek en Chris daar so uit van net vir my gesê hierdie hierdie jaar het uitstekende kalf gespeen. She's known as a breeder and jy kan self sien die pedigrees daar so van die moederlyne, dames en here, ladies and gentlemen. Outstanding. Kyk mooi. And baby number 5 over this. And baby number 5 over there. Number 25,000 bid. 25,000 at 25,000 bid. At 25, I'm going to 25 and better 28,000 bid. At 28 and better 28,000 on 8 over 80. Better 28,000 bid. 28,000 bid. And I'll go to 28 and better 20 and better 30 and 30,000 bid. 32 and now 32 going to be 2 about 32,000 bid. At 2,000 and better 32 going to be 2 about 32,000. At 2,000 and better 32,000 bid. At 2,000 and better 32 going to be 2 about 32,000 bid. Asking 5 and now 32 going to be 2 about 32 and 32. Mr. Ibrahim, are you looking at your business? Just remember, in 2 days' time, you're going to phone me and you're going to say, I should have. And you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to press the red button. Because you always say to me, I should have. 32 is left. Don't miss out on outstanding cow. Look at the width on this cow. Look at the pedigree behind us. And 32,000 bid. At 2,000 number 32, about 32,000 bid. At 2,000 all out, all done. Get over 2,000 all out, all done. Vir 32,000, my maat, ons is 'n bietjie kort daar so. Hy wou eintlik 40 van gehad het. Kan jy vir my 35 maak? Dan kan ek mooi met hom praat. Jy wil saam met hom praat. Okay? François, waar is jy? Right, François, hy wil met jou praat. Hy soek 35. Kan ons verkoop op 35? Is dit reg met jou, François? 35 reg? 35, kan ek hom vir jou boek? Baie dankie, ek waardeer my maat. Kom ons gee 'n lekker hande klap daar so vir jou help. Ek waardeer dit baie. Baie dankie. My number 2 outstanding, baie geluk, well done sir. Right, ladies and gentlemen, lot number 23 comes into the ring now. So, I like this one a lot. ICP, she's a donor, ladies and gentlemen. She's a donor. Embryo doning cow, dames en here, ladies and gentlemen. Sire going back to 1524. We all knew him coming out of the Lady Gorgeous. Ons het almal geken 0932, 11154, 469 and 0521. On the AM side, going back to 15135, dames en here, ladies and gentlemen, which goes back to 11151. En as julle almal julle pedigrees ken, D006236 was C11243 Samar. These cattle have pedigree, dames and ladies and gentlemen, and they look great in front of you. Moenie die foute maak nie. Cow value of 102, 103, 119, 114 on fertility. You tell me an outstanding cow, dames and ladies and gentlemen, what do we do here? And we better 25,000 a bit. If I'm one of these, I'm better 25. And on 25,000, I need about 80. Better time, better time, better 25,000 a bit. At 25 and 25. And I'll find one of these, I'm better 25 line 25, asking 28 at 28,000 a bit. And I'll find one of these, I'm better 28 and better 28,000 a bit. At 28 at 28. And on 28,000, I need about 38. Better 28,000, I'm better 30, 30, hit about 30, better 32, and now 32,000 a bit. At 2,000, I'm better 32, gonna be about 32,000 a bit, and now 35, and now 35 out of mine, 35, but marking no, and 35, die pedigree praat vir herself, die ver praat vir herself, and now 35 out of mine, 35,000 a bit, asking 38, and now 35,000, I'm better 38, I'm better 5, I'm better 35, and better 38,000 a bit, and 38, asking 40, sir, and now 38, and better 38,000 a bit, and now 38, gonna be 88, about 38,000 a bit, 38,000 a bit, 38,000, and now 38, and gonna be 88, about 38,000, all out, all done, gonna sell for 38,000, but he has to tweede daar, all out, all done. Sold for 38,000, as ek mag, baie dankie, hy sê, jy kry hom hierdie keer, well done, sir. Baie number 2. Baie onderbeheer, baie dankie, ons waardeer, baie dankie. Right, lot number 24, dames and ladies and gentlemen, comes into the ring there also. Have a look here. Norman's Blackwoods Reds, Droughtmasters, Carol and Charlie, ladies and gentlemen, we sell you CSA 1871. An ICP of 370 days, dames and ladies and gentlemen, have a look there. Side going to Glenland's Quartermaster. On the RAM side, going back to 02 2013. Capley Fancy Boy also. And as jy mooi gekyk het, DO 02 100, an ICP of 372, and DO 0667, a donor cow. Cow value of 101 on a calving ease value, and 117 on a calf growth value. Dames and ladies and gentlemen, have a look here. I like this cow. She's feminine, she's long, and look how wide she is in the pins and across the back of her. Dames and ladies and gentlemen, she can breed for you. Kyk na in te kalf proorode. 370 days. And we're going to 35,000, I'm going to 25,000 a bit. At 25 and 25 around, better 25,000 a bit. At 21,000, I'm better 25 around, 25,000 on here, better 80, better 25,000 a bit. At 21,000, I'm better 25 around, 25,000 on here, better 80, better 25,000 a bit. And now asking 28, and now 25 around, 25,000 on here, better 80, better 28,000 a bit. And I'll 12,000, I'm better 28, 80, better 28,000 a bit. At 12,000, asking 30,000. And now 28 and need an ain't gonna be 28,000 a bit. And I'll 12,000 and better 28 and better 28,000 on here, better 80, better asking 30,000 to go. And now 28 and need an ain't gonna be 28, better 28,000 a bit. At 28,000 a bit, 28,000 a bit. Like vir my, julle wil nie vrugbare koeie koop nie. ICP 370 days, dames and ladies and gentlemen. She is been calving non-stop. She produces every year, 370 days. And 28,000 asking 30. And now 28, now better 28,000 on hier, better 80, better 28,000 all out, all done, gereserve vir 28,000 vir die eerste, tweede, derde maal, all out, all done. Vir die 28,000, ons is bietjie kort, my maat. Hulle wou eintlik 40 van gehad het. Kan jy vir my 35 maak en praat ek mooi met hulle? 30, I've got 30 for you, Carol. 30, I've got 30 for you. Can I sell him, Charlie? 30,000, jy is baie geluk, well done, meneer. En hy koopernummer is sold vir 30,000. Buy number 14, koopernummer 14, baie dankie. WR Investments also, bye dankie daar so. Have a look there, gentlemen. All right, lot number 25 comes into the ring, dames and ladies and gentlemen. Side, hot 13, 100, going back to 08, 469, and DO 05, 29, dames and ladies and gentlemen. A cow value of 104, 117 on calving ease value, and 109 on the maintenance value. Have a look this. Unbelievable, no good looking cow. and we're number by number 25,000 a bit. Fame to Automation at 25 line 25, and I'll fame to Automation better 25 line 25,000 on here, but 80, better 25,000 a bit, 28, and now 28 and going to be 80, about 28,000 a bit. Off to Automation, and now 28 and even ain't going to be about 28, better 28,000 a bit, and off to Automation, and now 28 and even ain't going to be about 28,000, and off to Automation, better 28, going to be about 28,000, all out, all done, get us over in 20,000 for the eerste keer, one bid, one buy, all out, all done. For the 28,000, we're a bit short weer. 35 will take so. Maak vol later praat. Wil jy ek moet weer so gevra. Will you take 30? 34? 30,000? 30,000 we can sell her? 30,000. Nog 2,000. Pikkie boek. Na die tyd is te laat met jou. 30,000, kan we boeke? 2,000 rand nog, wat maak ek? Het jy gehoor hoe die inkrementen gaan op die volgend? Ek ken so oom wat baie van julle ook self ken. As jy so oom houd om nou gemaak, as hy vir jou gevraad om op te staan, weet wat ek bedoel, maak vir my 30 en boek ek af jou. Nee, glad nie. Right, I've got 28. Absolute. I've got 28 with him. He's not going to budge. Right, let's let her out for now. Laat sy net uitgaan, ons om na die tyd praat. Dankie vir jou help, ek waardeer, hoor. Right, lot number 26. Have a look, ladies and gentlemen. Side going back to C10 450 dames here, ladies and gentlemen. On the right-hand side, coming out of that 0909 cow. 106 on the calf growth value, 101 on the milk value. Also, dames here, ladies and gentlemen, 101 on the fertility value. Have a look at these outstanding females. I tell you what, don't make the mistake to miss them, dames here, ladies and gentlemen. Here we go. At 25,000 a bit. At 25 on 25,000 on here, but 80. Better 25,000 a bit. At 25,000 and now 25 on 25,000 on here, but 80. Better 25,000 a bit. 25,000 a bit. 25,000 a bit. Asking 28 and now 25 here. Better 25,000 a bit. 25,000 and now 25 on 25,000 on here, but 80. Better 25,000 a bit. Ek dink laat sy net uitgaan van nou, not sold. Kom ons sit aan die een kant. Right, lot number 28, dames en ladies and gentlemen, as julle mooi gekyk het daar so, sy het nou gekalf, 'n bulkalfie. Right, kyk mooi daar so, going back 08469, dames en ladies and gentlemen, the likes of 0529, en hier C1301, kyk na die interkalfperiode van hierdie quiz, maar outstanding, cow value of 102, 115 in the milk value, and 103 in the fertility value. Ladies and gentlemen, have a look at this outstanding cow met 'n kalf hier voor julle. Let's go, and we're about 30,000 and set price, at that updation, and now 30 here about 30, better 30,000 a bit, asking two, and now that updation, better 30 here about 30, better 30,000 a bit, at that updation, better 30 here about 30, better 30,000 a bit, at 30,000 a bit, asking two, and now that better 30 here about 30, better that updation, and now 30, and now 30 here about 30, better 30,000 a bit, 30,000 a bit, at that updation, better 30 here about 30, better 30,000 a bit, and now that updation, better 30 here about 30, what about 30, now 30 and 32, and now 32, going to be 2 about 32,000 a bit, at the end that updation, better 32, 2 going to be 2 about 32,000 a bit, at the end that updation, and now 32, going to be 2 about 32,000, all out, all done, got yourself about 32,000 for the eerste, tweede, derde maal, all out, all done. For the 32,000, waar lede word daar so, absolute minimum is 40,000. 40,000 will take. Ekskuus toch? Absoluut minimum is 40, wat maak ek Regis? Right, not sold for yes. Baie dankie, laat se net uitgaan. Right, lot number 29, dames en heren, ladies and gentlemen, have a look here. Side go back to C11151 and 08370. En as jy weer gekyk het daar so 2064 469 se maas in die pedigree weer, dames en heren, ladies and gentlemen. Unka Inkalala, dames en heren, ladies and gentlemen, have a look there. Cow value of 103, 100 on the milk value, 113 on maintenance value, and 108 on the fertility value. Outstanding lot number 28, you tell me. And better be number by energy, and better be number by energy, and better be number 25,000 a bit. At 512, please, better be 25 line, 25,000 on the better 80, better be fine, better be 25,000 a bit. And now 25 line, 25, I'm going to be fine up at 25. At 512, please, better be 25 asking 28. And now 25, 5, here it in better be 25,000 a bit. At 512, please, at 25 and 25. And now 25 line, 25,000 on the better 80, better be down, better be fine, better be 25,000 all out, all done, goes over to 25 asking 28. And now 25 line, 25,000 on the better 80, better be fine, better be fine, better be 25, 25, 25 asking 28 is a boat die, 28 by Donkey Nadia. And now 28 and better be 28 Yelmana Madwiki Vakaramo, then better be 28 and better be 28,000 bit. At 28 better be 28,000 all out, all done, goes over 28,000 all out, all done. Vir 28,000, baie dank. Nee, dis jy naar, moenie worry nie, 100%. Baie dankie Jacobus, jy is wakker. Jy het dit nou vir my gewys. Baie number 2, baie dankie, 28,000. Right, ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, as jy mooi gekyk daar, so lot number 30 comes into ring, kyk mooi. Side, going back to 08, 469, dames en heren, ladies and gentlemen, hot 1341, say power was 469, and the likes of 0529. She sells with the kalf, sy het gekalf, sy krijg is dit een bulkalfie. Sy het nou gekalf, een bulkalfie van hot 15149, dames en heren, ladies and gentlemen. 103 in the calving is valued also 116 in the milk value, dames and have a look here. And baby number 5 and baby number 30 and 30,000 a bit. Queen McCullers, that updation asking 2 and now 30 hit about 30, better 30,000 a bit. That updation better 30 hit about 30, whatever 30 and now 30 and 30 and 30 and 30 hit about 30, better 30,000 a bit. At that updation better 30 hit about 30, better 30,000 a bit. At that updation asking 2 sir and now 33 hit about 30. Kyk na daai bitter mooi bulkalf wat langs daar staan. 'n bitter goeie koei met 'n bitter mooi bulkalfie. Kyk na my been op by kalfie. She's a breeder. And baby about 30 and 30 hit about 30. What about 30,000 a bit? And adaptation about 33 hit about 30. What about 30? What about 30? What about 30 hit about 30. Better about adaptation all out. All done goes about 33. Laat sy net uitgaan van nou, not sold, ladies and gentlemen. Laat sy net uitgaan, not sold. Right, lot number 31, have a look at side. Considerato 09101, dames en heren, ladies and gentlemen. Going back to 05, is it lot 32, nie 31 nie. Skies, bly net om. Lot 32, have a look daar so, dames en heren, ladies and gentlemen. Namens meneer Adriaan Noorendal daar so. Considerato 1528, going back to 1314, and C10413. Sy kom uit een gelooflike goeie koei daar so met ICP 371, dames en heren, ladies and gentlemen. And have a look there, 122 in the calf growth value, dames en heren, ladies and gentlemen. Her own ICP is 363. And 102 in a fertility value. And baby number 5 progress. And baby number 5 progress. Better goeie koei. Have a look at the femininity. And baby number 5 energy. And baby number 25,000 a bit. F12 number 25. At 25,000 a bit. F12 number 25 line 25,000 on the 80. Better 25,000 a bit. F12 number 25 line 25 and better asking 28. And now 25 line 25,000 a bit. At 25,000 a bit. F12 number 28. At 28,000 a bit. bid. And 28,000 and better 28, better 28,000 bid. And now 28 and needing gonna be 28,000 asking 30. And now 28 and better 28,000 bid. And 28,000 and 28 and better 28,000 all out. All done gonna suffer 28,000 for all out and all done. I don't understand it, ladies and gentlemen. Her own ICP is 363. This is fertility. Her mother's intercalving period is 371. She is bred immaculately well also on the sire side 1314, ladies and gentlemen, and 0529. What more do you want in an outstanding female? Have a look there. And maybe a bit of a 28,000 bid, 28. Now asking 30, and now 28 and better than 28,000 all out. All done. Get us over 28,000 vir die eerste tweede derde maal all out. All done. Vir die 28,000 actually is mooi met oor 28,000 om Adrian. Maak hom vol na 30 toe. Absolutely nie. Ek het vir jou 28. Ons sal na die tyd praat, laat sy net uitgaan, not sold. Dankie vir jou help, Nodie, ons waardeer, hoor. Laat sy net uitgaan, not sold. Right, lot number 33 comes in the ring, ladies and gentlemen. Side, going back to C15, 28, 13, 14, also on the dam side, going back to 469. A cow value of 102, 128, also 100 on milk value and 105 on a fertility value. She stands before you, kyk na die breed op die koe, bitter mooie vrouwelijke dier, so what do we do here? And 25,000 a bid, 25. At 25, here, better with 25,000, not here, but 80, better with 5, better with 5, better with 25,000 a bid, at 25, and now 25 of mine, 25,000, I do, but 80, better with 5, better with 5, better with 25,000 a bid, at 25, better with 25 of mine, 25,000, I do, but 80, better with 5, better with 5, better with 8, at 28,000 a bid, at 25, better with 28, better with 28,000, I do, but 80, better with 8, better with 8, 30, asking 30, and now 28, here, better with 28,000, all out, all done, get us over 28,000 vir die eerste, tweede, derde maal, all out, and done. For the 28,000 actual net mooi oor absolute minimum is 30 se. Is dit reg so? Baie dankie. Ons het hom gekry. Kom ons gee 'n lekker ander klap daar vir jou help. Ons waardeer. Dankie maar Adrian. 30,000 buys en ek reg is hy koper nommer is 14 by number 14. $30,000. Baie dankie. Right, lot number 34, kyk mooi dames en ladies and gentlemen, outstanding cow. Sy het ook gekalf as ek reg is. Sy het ook gekalf van top 20, 172, ladies and gentlemen. 'n verskalfie as ek reg is, 'n verskalfie, 'n heffe kalf, wow, what a cow. Kyk na die breedte, 'n verskalfie. Side going back to 07,361 and 05,21, dames and ladies and gentlemen. On the dam side, coming out of the 0909 lines, hey, have a look here. Safe equipment of Arsgolf. Look at the width, look at the femininity. Dark cherry red. This should have been a cow you should have marked, dames and ladies and gentlemen. And maybe number 5, we're going to down, what about number 30? Better with 30,000 a bit. Down, please, better with 30 here, about 30. What about 30? And now 30 here, about 30. Better with 30 here, about 30. What about 30? And now 30, asking 2. And now down, please, better with 30 hit about 30, what about 30 at adult nation, and now 30 hit about 30, what about 30 hit about 30, better about 30 at adult nation, better about 30 hit about 30, what about 30 and 30 and 30 and 30 at adult nation, wie sal vir my 30 gee? Dan try ons 30,000 Kwiemerkalf hier onder by hom Monai, 30,000 at 30 and 30 het ek daar, 30,000 and 30,000 a bit, and 30,000 and better 30 hit about 30, what about 30 and 30 and 30, asking 2 and 30 all out, all done, gonna suffer 30,000 for the 30,000, Axel Matthias mooi hoor, 30,000. Baie dankie, kom ons gee lekker aan die klap daar vir die help daar, ons waardeer, baie dankie om Mornay. En hy kopernommer vandag is by number 7. Baie dankie. Meneer Morey Verster, baie dankie. Al die pad daar van Bloemfontein se wêreld daar vir ons waardeer. Baie dankie meneer. Right, lot number 35 comes into the ring. Namens die Euros, Neil en sy pa om Karel daar, so dames en heren, ladies and gentlemen. A very fancy heifer, dames en heren, ladies and gentlemen. Kyk naar die breedte over die vers daar, so have a look there, side, going back to hot 16,286 daar, so dames en heren, ladies and gentlemen. 11,154 and 469. On the dam side, going to 06,386 and DO 02,2013. Jy het hulle almal vir hom geken. She sells 7 months pregnant to CSA 2191, dames en heren, ladies and gentlemen. Have a look there. I tell you what, I like this heifer. She's fancy, she's deep, and she looks good. And wait a minute, I'm going to buy again. Wait a minute, I'm going to buy that side. Wait a minute, 25,000 a bit. If I'm doing please, I'm better 25. At 25, line 25,000 on here, better 80. Better 5, better 25, and better 28, and 28, and 28, and 28,000 a bit. And I'll come to please, I'm better 28, and better 28,000 a bit. And I'll come to please, I'm better 28, and 28, and 28, asking 30,000 to go. And I'll 28, and better 28,000 a bit. Nou die wat maak ons nou, het jy hierdie vers gemerk, het jy al gesien, dit moes een gewees het. And I'll 28, and better 8,000 on here, better 80, better 28, asking 30. And I'll come to please, I'm better 28, and better 28,000, all out, all done for the 28,000. Once is fair, are you bidding 30? Finally, someone's woken up. 30. Because you're taking so long. 30,000, now asking 2. And 30, hit about 2. 32, now 5. And 32, going to be hit about 32. Bilal, speak some sense into your brother. And now 32, going to be hit about 32,000 a bit. And 32,000 a bit. And we end out of place number 32, going to be hit about 32. Ibrahim, what do we do against you, sir? And now 32, going to be hit about 32,000. And we end out of place number 32, going to be hit about 32,000. All out, all done, going to suffer 32,000. But yes, that we had all out, all done. Ons is bietjie kort daar, my maat. 40,000 will take. Absoluut minimum 40,000. Bitter mooie versie. Is dit reg so? Baie dankie, kom ons gee lekker aan die klap daar so. Thank you Ibrahim, man, dit bidde ons waardeer 40,000. Ons waardeer, baie dankie, 40,000. Koper 14, baie dankie, baie number 14. 40,000, baie number 14. Baie dankie, good business. Right, lot number 36 comes into the ring, dames and ladies and gentlemen. Side, Glenlyn's tradition. And on the damn side, coming out of the top queen, also top 16, 107, dames and ladies and gentlemen. A donor cow that Chippy has been flushing. This going back to 0521. Variants 0521, Dr. Raso. And DO 0510. We all knew her as a good cow as well. 02208, dames 2009, dames and ladies and gentlemen. Outstanding. Have a look at this heifer. Kyk na die balansering in hierdie vers. The femininity, the length, die hip sit been lengte. Onthou net, sy kom van sier wêreld af, dames en here, ladies and gentlemen. The fertility outstanding, the pedigree outstanding. Have a look, dames en here, ladies and gentlemen. 25, 55 online. At 55, I'm here, but 55,000 a bit. At 55, but 55,000 on here, but 55. And now 55, but I'm 55 by Hotspot. At 55,000 a bit. At 55, and 55, and 55. Excuse, ek wil net gou seker maak. Well, alright, ons het daaroor gepraat. 55 by Hotspot by Stompie. 55, 60. At 60,000 a bit. At 60,000 a bit. 60,000 a bit. At 60,000 a bit. 60. At 60. Stompie is hy. At 60,000 a bit op die vloer. En nou 60, nie 60, gonna be 60, a bit 60. Bit 60, a bit 60, what about 60? And now 60,000 a bit. At 60,000. At 60,000 a bit. Asking 65. And now 60, a bit 60. Bit 60, a bit 5. And 65. And 65, and 65, and 70, 70 here. Bit 70,000. At 70,000, bit 75. And 75 by Mcardle, and now 75, and better 80, hit about 80, what about 80,000 a bit, and now 80, gonna be 80, hit about 80, better 80,000, and 80,000 a bit, and 80, hit about 80, better 80,000 a bit, and 80,000 now, better 5, and 85, and now 85 for 5, 85,000, and hit about 85, 5, better 85,000 a bit, asking 90,000, and 90 about 90, better 90,000 a bit, at 90, asking 100, sir, and now 90,000, better 90, hit about 90, so the boat die, and 90,000 a bit, at 90,000 a bit, asking 100, and 90 here, better 90, about 90, all out, all done, gonna sell for 90,000 for the eerste, tweede, derde maal, all out, all done. For 90,000 if I may, sir. Baie dankie, kom ons gee lekker aan die klap daar so, baie dankie om Adrian Oordel gekoop het, oom, ek koop er nummer daar so. 44, baie number 44, baie dankie oom, for 90,000, baie geluk, baie dankie. Right, lot number 37 comes into the ring, dames and ladies and gentlemen. Sy is 8 maande dragtig daarso van Hot 21771 as ek reg is 'n Winchester seun. 'n Winchester seun, dames en ladies and gentlemen, sy is dragtig van 'n Winchester seun. 8 maanden Droughtmaster, have a look there. Her own pedigree, ladies and gentlemen. Her own ICP 334, ladies and gentlemen. Side, hot 15156, going back to DO 0521. Ladies and gentlemen, coming out of an outstanding cow 0602 36, dames and heren, ladies and gentlemen. A donor cow, and on the dam side, going back to C10 450, dames and heren, ladies and gentlemen. Have a look there, outstanding female that stands before you, lekker deep, good old Aussie type looking there, so met lekker lang oor, dames en heren, ladies and gentlemen. Drachtig van de Winchester CN, 8 maanden, drachtig, dames en heren, ladies and gentlemen, what do we here? At 25,000 weer, at 25,000 aan, better 25 line 25, at 25,000 aan, better 25 line 25,000 weer, at 25,000 aan, better 25 line 25, asking 28,000 to go, and now 25 line 25, at 25,000 aan, better 25 line 25,000 on the number 80, better time, 25,000 on better day, at 28 on that, and now 28 and get it in, going to be 18 number 28, no dia, kijk die bezigheid, and now 28 and better 28,000 weer, 28,000, say drachtig van een Winchester CN, and now 28 here, in better 28,000 weer, asking 30, and now 28 and get it in, going to be 18 number 28,000 weer, asking 30, at 28 here, in better 28,000, all out, all done, going to over 28,000 vir die eerste, tweede, derde maal, all out, all done, BA en Karel. Ek wil net seker maak en net gesien jy boek het gelig. At 28 here, in better 28,000 on the number 80, better 28,000, all out, all done, going to over 28,000 vir die eerste, tweede, derde maal, all out, and done. 30, almost 30. No two, sir. At 30,000 a bit. At 30,000, better 30, hit about 30, well about 30, and 32, and 32, and 32, and now 32, gonna be about 32,000 on hit about 30, better 32,000, all out, all done, gonna sell about 32,000 for the years to Twitter, Daram all out, all done. For the 32,000, actually, yes, mooi, ons is 'n bietjie kort daar, so hulle wou graag 40 gehad het. Frans wil kan ons 35 doen. Op die koei. 35 kan ons verkoop vir glad nie oom. Get 32. Is dit reg so? Hy sê hy sal vir jou 'n bietjie gebeurd gee daarso. Baie dankie. 32,000, baie dankie oom. En hy koopernummer is number 7 as ek reg is. Oom Rey. Baie dankie oom. Right, ladies and gentlemen, have a look here. Lot number 38. Kijk mooi, side, CSA 1524, side, going back to 11154, dames en heren, ladies and gentlemen. 469, the likes of 0521, Lady Gorgeous, 222, dames en heren, ladies and gentlemen, on the damn side, and Variance 469 Samar, DO022064, dames en heren, ladies and gentlemen. Have a look there. Cow value of 103, 111 on calving ease value, 126 and 115 on fertility. I like this cow a lot, dames en heren. Look at the way she stands, the wedge she's got on her, dames en heren. An outstanding cow. She sells with a heifer calf, dames en heren, ladies and gentlemen. En weer dan by volgende energie. En weer dan by energie. Sy is nie bevestig dragtig nie, dames en heren. Sy het net weer by die bil geloop, maar hy het gecheck, sy is nie weer dragtig nie. Sy verkoop net met haar verskalf. En weer dan by volgende energie. En weer dan by energie. Weer dan 30,000 a bit, and 30,000 a bit, and 30,000 a bit, and I'll 30, hit about 30, what about 30,000 a bit, and 33, hit about 30, what about 30, and I'll 30,000 a bit, at that nation, and I'll 33, hit about 30, what about 30, what about 30, 30, hit about 30, what about 30,000 a bit, at that nation, and about 30, hit about 30, what about 30,000 a bit, at that nation, and I'll 30, need 30, gonna be 30, hit about 30, what about 30, what about 30, and 30, and 30, and 30, asking 2, and I'll that nation, I'm about 33, hit about 30, but about 30, ek kan dit nie verstaan nie. Look at the quality, ladies and gentlemen. 30,000 asking 2. Kyk na die verskalf hier, die diepte. An outstanding cow, 30,000 asking 2. At Darrell number 32, and 32,000 a bit. At Darrell number 32, number 32,000 a bit. At Darrell number 32, number 32,000 a bit, asking 35, and now 32, number 32,000 a bit. At Darrell at 32, and 32. At Darrell all out, all done, over at Darrell is number 35, and now 35 around 35,000 a bit. At Darrell asking 38, what do we do, sir? And now 35 around 35 degree. Better than 35,000 a bit, and 35,500 here, better than 35,000, all out, all done, result for the 35,000. For the 35,000, as ek mag, 35. 40,000. Rikus, een ding wat jy moet kyk na, wat positief is, nie? Jy het hulle reg gekies. 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 Jy het hu Ek gaan nou vir jou boek. Wat is jou kopernommer? Is dit reg by jou? Kan jy sien nie? 40,000, baie dankie Rikus, ons waardeer. By number 31 is dit. 31 is die kopernommer, nee? 3, baie number 3, baie dankie, 40,000. Ons waardeer, kom ons gee lekker aan 'n klap daar vir jou help. Dankie Rikus, ons waardeer. Dankie François, 40,000. Right, lot number 39, ladies and gentlemen, have a look here. She comes into the ring. Norman's Blackwood, red Droughtmasters, have a look there. Side, Vivo, 18,126, dames here, ladies and gentlemen, Glendon's Tradition. On the dam side, 469. On the dam side, going back to GBR, 1434. She comes out of a cow met a gelooflike goeie interkalfperiode van 318, ladies and gentlemen. 160 on the maintenance value and 104 on the fertility value. Have a look here. We sell you lot number 39. Here we go. And we're going to be better 25 pounds a bit. If I even do what I later. And 25 around 25, better 25 pounds a bit. If I even do what I later, better 25 around 25,000. I need about 25 and better 25,000 a bit. If I even do what I later, better 25 around 25,000. I need about 25 degree, better 25,000 a bit. If I even do what I later, if I even do what I later, 25 and 25 and 25 and 25. Enige belangstelling? Right, laat sy net uitgaan van nou, not sold. Kom praat met ons na die tyd op bar. Right, lot number 41, have a look there, ladies and gentlemen. Side 1602, also going back to 11,157 and 469. The likes of 0801, weer eens hy Pioneer sien wat van Mani wat hy geteel het. And 469 weer, lyn geteel 469, ladies and gentlemen. A cow value of 101, 100 hours, 114, 103 en 100, dames en heren, ladies and gentlemen, have a look here. And weer number by Wilringie, sy is nou 4 maande. Sy reg is nou 2 maande, jy 2 maande terug wat ons moet opsit op die dragtigheid. So kom in 6 plus minus 5,5, 6 maande dragtig daar rond, dames en heren, ladies and gentlemen. And we're going to by the 25,000 a bit, F20,000, 25,000 I hear in better 25, F20,000 better 25, 25,000 I hear better 25, 5 degree in better 25,000 a bit, F20,000 better 25, 25 I hear in better 25,000 a bit, F20,000 and now 25, 25, 25, 25, at 1 better 25, 25,000 a bit, F20,000 better 25, 25,000 I hear better 25 degree in better 25, 25, niks belangstelling, laat sy net uitgaan van nou, not sold, jy kan na die tyd met ons kom praat. Right, lot number 42, C11151, side, going back to 370, 08370, and variance 469, Samar 022064, Ngala Inca skis, my tong raak geknoop daar so en by die 469 variants. Have a look daar so, 6 maande dragtig. Set in die catalog, ons moet hulle so plus minus 6, 7 maande dragtig. Answer down, so ladies and gentlemen, have a look here. And by the number of 5 ranges, and by the number of cow value 103, 107 on calf easing value, 113, 106 on fertility value, and by the number of 25,000 a bit, 5,200,000 at 25, 5 here in better 25,000 a bit, at 5,200,000 better 25, and 25, at 5,200,000 better 25, around 25, 25, asking 25, act for off at 5 and 25, asking 25, at 25, around 25 degree in better 25,000 a bit, at 5,200,000, and now 25, around 25 degree in better 25,000 a bit, at 25,000 a bit, at 5,200,000 better 25, 25, 25, 25. Ek dink kom ons sit dan net op die huis vir nou. Laat sy net uitgaan. Right, ladies and gentlemen, lot number 43, kyk mooi, side, going back to again 151 and 370, CO's 08370, variants also 02204664 and the likes of 09101, dames en heren, ladies and gentlemen. A cow value of 102, 100 on milk value, 113 on maintenance value and 107 on fertility value. Kyk 'n bietjie mooi, dink as ek reg is, sy nou 2 tot 3 maande dragtig. Soos wat Tom Gerard van my vroeër gesê het daar so, have a look there and better 25,000 a bit, 25, at 25 and 25, 5 here in better 25,000 a bit, 25, at 25, and 25, and 25,000 a bid. At 25, please number of 25, bottom line 25,000, on here, 25, needing better 25,000 a bid, asking 28, 25, 5, here, needing better 25,000 a bid. At 25, please, and now 25, bottom line 25,000, on here, 25, 5, needing better 5, better 25, 5, and better 25,000 a bid. Wie sal vir my 25 gee? Laat sy net uitgaan van nou, not sold. Right, lot number 44, ladies and gentlemen. Kyk mooi, weer eens, side, hot 15, 149, dames en heren, ladies and gentlemen. On the ram side, going back to hot 13, 41, and 469. Cow value of 104, 107, 113, and maintenance value on 106 on the fertility value. At 25, at 25, at 25,000 a bit. At 25, at 25, around 25, plus minus 5 to 6 months pregnant. At 25, better 25, around 25. At 25, better 25, around 25, here, better 25,000. A bid, 25 at 25 and 25 at 25,000 a bid. Enige lang belangstelling na, laat sy net uitgaan vrou, not sold. Right, lot number 45, kyk mooi dames, here, ladies and gentlemen. Sy uitgaan. Lot 45, side, going back to C1021 Takar. He was known as Takar. 0529, dames en heren, ladies and gentlemen, outstanding. Dam side, kyk mooi, going back to C11151, dames en heren, ladies and gentlemen, and C11500. Kyk mooi na, dames en heren, ladies and gentlemen, sy is 6 maande dragtig van top 20, 102. Have a look daar, so Big Mac, ladies and gentlemen. We sell a bitter mooi wedging cow with lots of femininity, dames and ladies and gentlemen, the true type of Droughtmaster. And we number 5 again, we did a bit of 25,000 a bit, at 25, at 25, around 25, at 25, out here, in better 25,000 a bit, 5 days and better 25, around 25,000 a bit, at 5 days and better 25, around 25,000, on the 25, and better 28,000, on the 20, better 8, and now 28,000, on the 12 days and better 28, and better 28,000 a bit, and 12 days and better 28, asking 30,000 at 28 here, in better 28,000 a bit, at 28,000 a bit, down of nation, raise the book die, and I'm better 30 hit about 30, better down of nation, 10 year idea, and now 30 hit about 30, better 30 is on there now, at down of nation, at 32, and 32 here, in better 32,000 a bit, and 32, at 3 down of nation, I'm better 32,000 a bit, in better 32,000, all out, all done, get yourself 32,000, but he has to tweet it out of all out, all done. Van 32,000, 32 duisend as ek mag oom. Baie dankie, baie number 2, ons waardeer, ek koop al heel dag, ons waardeer. Baie dankie om Arnay, my onderbeer, ek waardeer. Right, lot number 46 comes into the ring, ladies and gentlemen, plus minus 3 months pregnant. Here's here, 2204. Saisapuna, have a look there, ladies and gentlemen, registered, and baby number 5 and baby number 25,000 a bit, at 5 at 25 around 25,000 a bit, 5 and 12, ladies and gentlemen, 25 around 25,000, on the 25 pound, better 25,000 a bit, 5 and 12, ladies and now 25 around 25, better 25,000 a bit, better 25,000 a bit, 5 and 12, 25, and now 25 around 25, enige belangstelling, 25, laat sy net uitgaan van nou, dames en heren, ladies and gentlemen. Not sold. Right, ladies and gentlemen, dames en heren, that concludes our sale. Baie dankie dat almal hier uitgekom het. Asseblief kom praat met ons. Daar is nog 3 bulle beskikbaar as ek reg is. 4 bulle wat nog beskikbaar is as julle belangstel, en van die vrouke diere, kom gesels net met ons as julle belangstel en van die diere asseblief. Ek sal nou daar onder by Monay wees. Kom ons gee 'n lekker hande klap, dames en heren, ladies and gentlemen. So online buys het Meerkat, na Meerkat toe vir die OFK span, ons waardeer dit baie. Julle moet 'n lekker dag verder met ons kuier hier so, ons waardeer dit baie, en asseblief onthou net, gaan na die kantoor toe, maak net julle reëlings vir betalings, en asseblief kom praat met Jacobus en Andrei oor die laairy van die diere. Niks diere sal uitgelaai word nie sonder betaling of 'n reëling oor betaling, asseblief, dames en heren, ladies and gentlemen. Dit kom reguit van OFK se kantoor af, so asseblief kom praat met Henk oor dit ook. Lekker dag verder, baie dankie, ons waardeer, lekker dag verder. En die kos is reg in die saal vir julle. Die kos is reg, as julle wil gaan eet in die saal, daar is 'n kontantkroeg daarso. Kom kuier saam met ons, lekker, baie lekker. As julle nog belangstel in sekere kwee, asseblief kom praat met my en dan sal ons sien wat ons kan vir julle doen. Lekker dag, baie dankie. Ons waardeer